badadan, badadan, badadan. Good morning, Craig App. What's up? So I did continue this a little bit last night, and it's pretty cool. Like you can do things pretty quickly with this. Oh, look at that! I didn't realize that would be a problem, but maybe I can fix it later. So right, you can like do stuff like this. Okay, maybe I'll have to revisit some parts of this. I don't understand why this happens, for example. But yeah, it's even things like the stairs widening, stuff like that works, which is cool. I've also managed to split things up in like a little bit more of a modular thing where I can easily like turn off and on different wait. It's M, not X. You can do stuff like this to see how things are going. And I was just like trying to maybe start working on walls, but during the night I've been like, oh, maybe not. Maybe I shouldn't be putting time into getting these procedural. You can just put in the things I've already made, like this guy. And maybe I should also import all these so I can use those to decorate stuff. The stairs, steps, maybe I can bring in some from some of this, or just do something. Plus these cubes. I was thinking to just take this and import it into the other one. As like an assets thing. Let's create a new collection that's gonna be our like let's call it assets, and then we want to like append, I think it's called, or import. Where did I see like oh, it's because I'm in. The prefabs. Why is it opening up? Like, I guess I only want the meshes. There they are. They are all in here, so... Is there a way to automatically, like, arrange? Something called align objects. Oh, that will not set them. I don't want to align them. I want to grid objects. Nope. But I guess we will just like manually move them around. All these parts, I'm gonna remove like most of them, I think, because I don't really need all this stuff. Stairs I'm gonna generate, so maybe we'll use them for reference or something. Yeah. These two, I don't need that either. These are interesting. My plan is more or less to start using some of these, like little rock formations and stuff, and then maybe we'll put in some of these guys. And then we will like yeah, let's put these into a new collection. Call them like rocks. I've been having like a lot of fun with this whole geometry nodes setup. I think we're gonna be having good use of this. But I think we soon should start trying to get this into Godot as well, so we know that there is a good path between Blender and Godot. I feel like we should be able to export like the nav mesh separate from all these, and I don't know if it's gonna work with like instancing and stuff, which might be an issue. Because in Blender or in Godot, I think all of these are instanced. And here, when I export them, I don't know if they're going to be instanced. M key with stuff selected, move to collection or move to new. Oh, learning. So I can do this and just hover over here, new collection, and then we just write like stairs. I really don't see me using any of these. The tall arch. Yeah, this is going to be how we are using, or now we're going to figure out how we're using those. So if we look at this, I have these tall things, and I'm trying to replicate the way this level looks in the game currently. So I've made a roughly similar setup to this. Oh, okay. Cool. Thanks. And we got like the basics down. It's not exactly the same. This is further out. For example, this is a bit closer. But I want to place the arches, which are kind of iconic for this level. I want to figure out stuff like maybe make this thing a little bit more prevalent on the stairs. And there's a whole bunch of things over here that I actually don't know if we need. But this kind of stuff where there's a taller platform, I want to figure out how that should look. But from a geometry nodes standpoint, I think a lot of the things I want to do is figure out how to place foliage and make it a little bit better than what I do here, right? Yeah. So I don't know if you have seen the game before, right? You can know your name. Oh, black screen of death. My screen went black. Yeah, good. Yeah, so the game looks like this. Oh, you can see this. This part here, I'm not sure I really need. Like maybe there's a better. There's a better setup for that. Damn, my nose is. Wonder Woman. I like that one. That was fun. And slightly misogynistic, which is always fun. Maybe only in my head. Pollen today is really up there. Yeah. Yeah, I've been under the weather for a little bit, so I don't know if it's one thing or the other. So anyway, I think instead of what I was trying to do here, we'll try to just place the this guy. And I think there is like we need to figure out how to get like both collision geometry and other stuff out of the thing. And I think you can have multiple outputs, maybe name them and like have it save them as different files or something. Yeah, sorry for the nasty noises. So I was thinking to do stuff, but instead I think we're gonna throw away everything again and start over. So how are we gonna do this? We don't need any of that. What is this? Capture attribute of the vector of the face. That's pretty good to have. We could get rid of all of this. Take in our tall art here. And then we can like instantiate on points, and this is not going to work very well, at least. And we'll connect this to the output. So now we're getting our things. We can get our alignment like this, but now it's using the center of this and placing the thing. Nah, it's Blender. So what I want to do is get like the center point of this instead, and I kind of do this with the stairs, where I like take away these edges and keep the top and bottom, and since they're part of the same face ID, yeah. So we can do something with that, and we can even maybe use the height for something, like extending it upwards or something. But for now, I think I'm just gonna like get rid of all the I'm just gonna somehow use edges instead, and make sure I get rid of all the ones that I don't need. So how do I create a selection that picks the one that's here? We can also do this to have another example. I think also we should make sure these move so they are something like that, yes. So that looks pretty cool, but it's not quite right. We also probably want to do something about that. We'll figure it out. So how do we filter out the edges that we don't want with this? When those come in here, they're not marked, because we could use the number of adjacent faces. If we were to like look at, did we have a viewer? No. This is I've learned some stuff since last night. If we do like mesh to points, let's do this viewer, and then we do like edges, and then we grab the, what's that called? It's called the edge neighbor face count or something. Hello. If we did this thing on like the base geometry, grab it from, say we did grab it from here, right? Not split that. It must be here. You can see this edge actually has two connections, or two faces connected to it. So what we could do like an attribute that has the number of original edges, like a stored. There's stored named attribute, which I think is pretty cool. We don't have to connect things. I think we'll see. We want to take the original geometry. I want to save an integer with every edge. Jesus. Face count or something. Let's do that. And then we need to probably pipe that into the split edges thing. It just remembers that. And now I'm not sure, but I think we should be able to get this stored, or like attribute, read named attribute, face count. It's an integer. We put it in the viewer like that. And now we got the 2 here, even though it doesn't have the actual... Oh, but now we have 2 adjacent like this. So we probably have to use like a filter that's when that is exactly equal to 2 and the 2 points are at the same y. So we can like, we want to create this selection here, and the first thing we want is a compare equal. So the attribute A needs to be equal to 2 for it to exist. That didn't do shit, because this is not true. So now it works, except it's gonna have an extra one on this. But we can take that away by getting like the edge. What is it called? The edge, or the, it's something edge vertices. Here we go. And then we need to make sure that the positions separate XYZ. We want to make sure we have an equal y float. But it's not y in this case, it's z, because it's not the same direction. And now we can place walls like that. I don't like how there's a gap here, but we'll figure that out. Hello, brains! Good morning. Here's another thing where the walls will, since they're all instances, flipping them upside down usually turns the faces, or the normals, upside down. But since they're instances, we don't need that, so walls should go into this instead of... Now they're not upside down anymore. Seems to be a weird shadow going across there. I hope that's not geometry related. Holy shit. It's not paradise. Now we can simply do like, I want to change something. Get out of the tall arc. Select this. Oh, I didn't like the... wait, I want to remove the vertices. Not like that, but in this case edges. Okay, so like that. You can't really like... yeah, anyway. So I want to add like something to the back here. Why am I not seeing anything? Also, where did the reverse side the edges doesn't go into a thing that's flipping. There we go. I need to set this up in a better way. Cool. So if I wanted to add like an arch on this side, I can just extrude it, pull it upwards. By the way, Blood Mirror, were you here yesterday? Or anyone? Like back in the days, 15 years ago, I used 3D Studio Max. And in that engine, or in that 3D modeler, you could just hold this and drag it out to extrude it. That doesn't seem to work the same anymore. Or in Blender. So if I want to extrude this in this direction, I have to first extrude it and then drag it, which is a little bit annoying. I can also extrude it and then press middle mouse to get it to move in a specific direction, which I think works fine for like when things are at good angles. But what if I wanted to extrude this along some kind of edge? I wanted to do something like normal or something. I don't know. Is it, what is gimbal? No, is it normal? Usually, but normal is not right either. I want to extrude it like planarly XZ along that edge or something. If I do that, it's going to be in the normal and be annoying like that. I don't know. There's probably an add-on. But yeah, we're getting closer to what the original level is. On that one, we did have like this guy was extruded 10 meters or something. Okay, is it this? Yes. So it's like 40, and it should be, I think, like 3 meters above the ground. Wait, 30? Guess finding these angles Why is this not snapping to the grid? That is at Y5 15, so there's 10 meters. That is at, yep. Heard an explosion. Hello, Milestone. Good morning. Bridge of Khazad-dûm. Can control. You used to be able to do that, but it doesn't seem to work anymore. We looked at it yesterday. Hey, Passive Star, how are you doing? This is massively inspired by your your stuff, of course. Not sure an add-on that extrudes an edge like that would be easy to make because a vertex can have multiple edges coming into it. But then how do you decide along which edge to extrude? No, I don't. It's not the vertex. It is the edge. So like, yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I'm trying to replicate this level that I made. Like, this is actually procedurally made in Godot. Oh, did I crash it? So I have this like level baker thing that can take a seed and just generate a level that has this kind of look. But for some reason everything is so dark. Anyway, I can do these types of levels. Happy Valborg. Is it Valborg today? I didn't know. I'm seeing YouTube chat, Milestone. I was just a little bit slow to answer. But an edge consists of two vertices. In arbitrary geometry, those vertices may have a lot of edges connected to them. Yes, I don't think we're talking about the same thing. So, what I want, and this used to be the case in like in 3D Studio Max, you could just grab this. One of the directions and like hold shift or something, and then you would extrude it, or hold alt and do it. Doesn't work. And it works. It used to work really well. I don't know why that would be hard. The problem, I guess, is that the normal of this is not defined. That's the only problem I see with making something like that. So like for this, for some reason the normal of this is like slightly off. It's probably like the in-between angles of these or something. It might be that it's no, it's actually like this is a flat. If we turn off the geometry nodes, this is all the geometry there is. It should be able to figure out that this edge is flat. It shouldn't look like this. Like, why would it? Because that one is correct. That one is correct, but this one is slightly off. It might be because I extruded. Oh, it's like slightly. Also, there's an extra. But it's slightly off. It's not square. That's probably why the Normal is strange. No, now the normal is fine. So now maybe I can... No? That also makes it go upwards with the middle mouse. So passive. Now, when can I try out your Godot to what's it called? Blender to Godot auto update thing. Is it really janky, or is it actually useful yet? Can I make? Because I think the problem is that this is not like perfectly rectangular. Maybe I can simply... See? Isn't that strange? This guy isn't... Huh. Very odd. That one seems flat. So what if I did like... Or do I have like a median point? Is that maybe causing the troubles? No? Yeah, that's actually messed up. Yeah, I don't know how to fix it. But it's also not a huge problem at this point. I do like when I have levels that aren't like extremely square-ish. Not only the runtime reload add-on, it's janky as fuck. In Godot, it's currently janky just to reload stuff in the background in the editor. I currently have 4 different issues. Yeah, I saw those. Yeah, Sammy, maybe I should. Blender normal off edge is off. I don't know. I think I have more interesting problems to solve at this point. I wouldn't be surprised passive, but I think it's a promising thing. I really appreciate like good workflow improvement stuff, and you have some of the more interesting stuff going on your Twitter timeline there. That's cool. Isn't that also slightly angled? Yes, it is. Let's do like 15 degrees. I think the biggest like issue with any game engine I've tried, but Godot in particular, really is that it's kind of sucky, sucky UX. I wish people would just like take a look at some other stuff and just see how good it can be. Like I've seen some like CAD programs on the iPad that just seems so good to use. I don't remember the name right now, but they have like really good intuitive actions you can do, just shortcuts, and it's not like everything is like, for example, here's a good example in Godot. Like, why the heck is the I can't even find it now. Where's the transform? Here it is. It's like, there it is, and then you pick something else, and now the transform, which is the thing you want to use, is down here. Sometimes it's open, and sometimes it's not. It's just like basic stuff I would like to fix. Sorry, I can't speak. My nose is like all messy. Cool. So I want to start looking at how to place other stuff in here, like foliage. Yeah. Or like the animation editor where you have to press you can't like set up multiple keys at the same time, so you gotta like go through every object you want to keyframe individually, and there's no auto keyframing in animation on in 3D, and you can't convert keyframes from like what are they called? Like you can't mix like curves and non-curved keyframes. It's messed up. Oh, by the way, I just have a slightly different coloring, but I am using your Godot. Congrats to the 1,000 stars. It's pretty cool. Okay, so let's try to do some foliage on here. The way I thought of doing it would be to grab all the surfaces. I don't know if I want to do it on everything or I could see doing it on this mesh or the actual mesh that comes out of the floor. So like if we do a viewer on this, there's a shortcut to do this, but I don't know. There's no shortage of people who contribute code. All I need is somebody to oversee the design of it. It's the more advanced stuff like rendering that I'm worried about, because not that many people know how to do that. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. But I feel like there's a lot of people who think rendering is interesting, and not a lot like programmers, and not a lot of programmers that think that UX is interesting. And I tried a little bit, just getting into coding in C++, and I'm just not cut out for it. I don't enjoy myself, so I don't see myself doing a lot of that kind of stuff. So I'm more worried about. I think rendering in Godot is just like, it's fine. It's looking better than Unity by default. Like I tried to a pure style. I did a little things that looked like voxels. You could throw things around with physics, and that just enable SDFGI, and things look pretty good. So for the things I'm making, rendering isn't that big of a deal. It's almost exclusively the UX that I don't like. I even like GDScript. So I don't know what that says about me, but Um, a little bit strong. Whoa. Anyway, I think it's cool. Like Bracky's doing Godot stuff will actually boost a lot of stuff. I think I wouldn't be surprised if we see like a huge influx of people wanted to contribute. But we'll see. We'll see how his hiatus has affected things. So what if I took this and I did like let's say like a scatter. Can we scatter on surfaces like mesh to volume, maybe mesh to points? What is that? That just puts them on. We want to put them on like faces, I think. And then we want to probably put in some sort of some subdivision, but maybe what it should be is like mesh to volume. Or is there a resample? What's that called? The thing you do on remesh. Is there remesh? No, but you can turn things into a volume. And then volume to points. And then you can get something like this, which somewhat resembles the thing. What is this? Amount. Size? What's the size? There we go. Now we got like a thing that has a bunch of these points. There's not a single GI solution that's currently good enough for an FPS style games we want to make. It's not good enough for interiors. Okay. Lightmap GI is a work in progress. Voxel GI is to be deprecated. Okay. I don't like my games look like this. So I don't need a lot of that. I guess that's also bias on my side. The types of games I make aren't really that intense. But cool. So now we have volume to mesh. Now we probably should put in some sort of a filter here to only keep. We don't really need stuff on the underside, for example. I guess we can do that. Okay, Didn't work. I think you can. Oh, you need to take like a point. Okay, that doesn't work. What does density want? Float field based on... So it's the... I guess this means it's the wrong type, but... Would be nice if it could tell me why this is wrong. I guess it can, but I don't know how. Tutorial time. Blender, geometry, nodes, noise, as oh, it's the position that's the problem. No, position is a vector. But a fact should be like something. This is also a cool UX thing. If you don't have anything connected, you can't know what the socket's value is. I guess maybe you can't. You have to open the manual. Value of fractal noise. Color with different fractal noise in each component. So right, yeah. So I guess we can set, can we do this then? Set density. Or value. But when I create the volume here, it takes this data and creates a volume which has a lot of these things. But let me continue my this just takes that noise texture, puts it into They're like volume cube, and then they can take the density from a subtract between what? For an oil texture, distance goes into a subtract, but then the value from the subtract goes into the density, which is what I think I was doing. But maybe I shouldn't be passing the position to it. Nope. They just did this. Nothing. I've lost my blender. Here it is. Yeah, I guess I can't. Volume cube supports density as field, but mesh volume does not. Cool. So I need to get a value somehow from this texture. But I don't have an index. I don't understand. Set position with an offset, I guess. Mesh to volume, volume to mesh, and then I wouldn't. Oh. This volume has every 0.25 meters. It has a point on every position in here. So what kinds of how can I modify this volume? Volume to points. Because I would like to do it in like 3D somehow. Yeah, I would like to apply some noise on this so that I can like do foliage that stretch over edges and stuff. But I can do it in some other way, I guess. So I want the offset to be the normal with a multiplier. Not a curve. Can I not multiply between... Probably should do this actually before you probably wouldn't want to have holes in volume because then you'd get invisible holes inside of things. It makes more sense to boolean a bunch of things out of its surface before remeshing. Could be the way to do it. I could also just sample things on the surface because doesn't really matter. We could actually, I would guess that we can multiply yeah, that works because this has the proper flow then, I guess. This is also not really the thing that I wanted to do. I want to start by just adding like a big noise and then using that to select some points where the foliage mesh should be scattered, and then I'll scale it towards the edges of that. Maybe I'll add some other, because I've seen there is like a ambient occlusion thing that we could get it to grow more in the crevices and stuff. So let's start with the scattering and figure out the other stuff later. So let's just we don't need this part here. Let's get a viewer on this. Now we want to like separate geometry into things that are facing vaguely upwards. We want to do like a threshold, so let's do like a compare node. where it's greater than some value. And then we say it's going to be greater than 0.8. And then we want to get the normal through a dot upwards. Something along these lines. Now we can control integer float, thank you. Something along these lines, and then we can have an AND to read from the noise texture to have a threshold value. Let's start with that. I don't know if this boolean is a good idea. But we want another threshold, so greater than. We can start taking away stuff from this. We want to take the faces, I think. It would be great if we could get the actual now we can use the centers to know where to place things. Oh, my mouse died? Oh, it just flew off screen. Nice. But how do we get a higher density? Let me think. There must be some. Is there a way to scatter things? Hello, lemon jumps. There's something called distribute points on faces. Why am I doing all this? Maybe this will be useful later. Let's get simply the mesh for this, and then we can get the noise texture as density somehow. We can actually use the selection from here, but only the dot product thing. So we're mainly getting points on top of stuff. It's a bit hard to see. The points are so small. But this could simply be like instance on points. And then we grab, I think we have like a foliage plane here we can just put in as the instance. And then this needs to go into this thing here, for example. See, now we have like a lot of them. You can randomly rotate them around Z. combine XYZ. We can use the, maybe we can use the color, separate XYZ, rotate around that. Maybe we need to multiply this as well. It seems to be working decently, but the... Yeah, let's get the scale from this fact too. So it's like a remap or a map value. Get the scale in there. So it's from 0 to 1 to 1 to 2 or something. I want them pretty big. Also, this value should be more like this. Backface culling you might want to fix with this. Are they really that big, like different in size? I think they're all the same size. I think I'm not getting the right values here. Oh, I probably need to plug in position here. That had no effect. But doesn't it look like some of them are smaller? Just now they're very much everywhere. Is it the noise texture scale that's not good? Oh, maybe I should threshold it? Put it through, keep that. Put in a, curve here. Or a sample curve. Oh, not a curve. What is it called here? Ramp? Color ramp. Sounds good. See if I can see any. Undo doesn't work here for some reason. I don't know why. Love the performance in Blender. It's just crazy. You can have a lot of them. Now we're closing in on something I think I can use. Is that... Just do random for now, we can figure out later. So this is in radians, so like 3 to 6, whatever. Want to lower the density on stairs, maybe. Undo works if you're not in object mode. I think undo... The thing I felt yesterday was that undo didn't work if you were in in edit mode. Over here. It was weird. Okay, so I don't understand what's going on here. Why is it so strange? Can't preview that, of course. I thought it was American football. Oh, look at that. There's a weird... It's probably the stair getting extruded that way. It's something we have to take into account, I think. But scale works in mysterious ways. Holy shit. Anyone understand what's going on here? Do we not set the point size from the density? Or what's a good way of previewing? Yeah, I don't understand. It doesn't act the way I think it would. Is it because of the points positions not being what you think they would be, or normalized maybe? Oh, normalized did a big difference. Why is it like, how can I get it to look like a frickin' that looks a lot more like what I was expecting. So maybe there's something wrong going on here. Yeah, look at that. The multiply and the color ramp just mess things up. The scale is wildly... Should the scale value be like 0.1? Yes. Keep the dot product. We can multiply that here. So we're gonna need another multiply then too. It should have made it less prevalent on Oh, I had a selection on. That might have been what caused the weirdness with the scale. Or yeah, look at that. Now the scale makes much more sense. Okay, I guess this works. Now, I wonder how I want to make the mesh that goes underneath these. That's what I started with the remeshing thing. Maybe I could use these points to create a volume. So we can take this and make a mesh. It's obviously not very good, but it's a start. Whoops! I dragged the value too low. I'm exploding my computer, I think. Blender sometimes eats my mouse. I don't know when I saved last, so this might be the end. Can I like escape? Oh no. Double no. Will this recover or is it dead? That's a pity. It's like a million years back. Jesus Christ. That's not good. Just before we did this, so save more often. That was almost catastrophic. Okay, so how can we make this good? Can you like blur a... I guess you do that by setting the size, the density or something. Oh, this is actually pretty interactive. Nice. Crash again. So what would be a way to kind of flatten these out? I could definitely like just lower them into the level. That would be one way. Just set position and move it down. Problem I'm having is like it doesn't seem to. I guess it works. So we could like mix between. Yeah. First of all, let's remove all the bottom facing things. Let's do separate geometry. Do the selection here, and then we take the selection from the same thing we did before. It should be like copied from whatever this is. Now we have only the things that are facing roughly upwards. And then we can sample the closest point on a surface. So how do we do that? So in this case, I think what we want is to grab the position from this. This is where I don't understand geometry nodes. So I have this geometry here. I want to take the position of that. And then I want to sample the nearest point on another geometry. How do I do that? And then I want to blend between those 2 points to kind of pull it closer to the ground. Wait, was this before we... No, this is okay. No, scale acts really weirdly now. It's missing something. The selection? No. So GeoNode experts, tell me how to do this. Do I have to like set an attribute? Because the geometry... Sample index. Could give us the position of the closest position. It's like we don't want the closest point. We want the closest. I don't understand. It's too much of a difference to how coding works. So can we just set up? We could read the noise and just offset it more if the noise is higher to flatten it out. Let's try that, because I don't understand how this should work. So I want to set the point position with an offset. Like if I just do this and I put a number in here, like I can move it up and down, and that's like roughly what I want to do. Not quite, but if I sample this noise texture's FAC and I just put it in here somewhere, multiply and I drag this into combine XYZ as Z, put that into the offset. Oh, Artemis, you have a problem. You solve it with Geonos. Now you have 3 Yeah. That didn't work at all. Holy shit. I think the position reading here is not using the same space or something. It's kind of strange. It did seem to work at first. But these aren't matching up at all with the densities of the... Now they are matching up better, right? But maybe I shouldn't multiply this. I should... but it's multiplied and then offset. So like if it's 1... Wait, what's going on now? Like I would expect it to match up here, but it doesn't. Which makes it look like the noise texture is doing a different thing. I think I need to take a different approach for this. Like maybe generate the mesh first that has the densities, and then put the instances on top of that instead or something. Because this is not quite working out. Okay, let's try this again. We do have a bunch of faces. That we want to create foliage on. And my first instinct was to resample this to get like a grid where we could do stuff. And then I sort of see the volume here at least. And then we want to do volume to mesh like this. And now we have a bunch of points where we can put things. Now I want to get our patented normal greater than. So we only take things that are roughly upwards from this mesh. We do like a separate geometry. Put this selection in here, put this in here. Removes the bottom stuff. That's cool. I think we need a little bit more here. It follows the stuff a little bit closer. Cool. And now we can take this geometry and take away more shit by adding a noise. Don't really want all this, I guess, so we'll figure out another Let's just do the top surfaces now. We can do something different with the side surfaces, I guess. So now we can take this and distribute points on faces. We can go grab our thing here and put this into so somewhere in here we want to I haven't had to battle with Godot's rendering device, no. What do you need? Oh, this distributes. Oh, that's pretty nice, actually. But now, this points on faces. If I want to scale the instance, that position that uses should be the same for the noise texture. So, if I take this FAC out, and I do like, let's do a value or a map, and then we drag the result into scale. I think we can do that, right? What I want to see is if the are the cards bigger where there is higher density. Does that seem to match up? It's hard to tell. Smooth step should accentuate the thing, I guess. Yeah, you can see it working here. It's a little bit hard to tell what's going on with, but you can clearly see that there are smaller cards towards the edges, looking a lot more usual. I think these need to be pretty big. I also think we should up the distance a little bit. We don't need that many. That probably will look pretty cool. Let's make a material that looks like the one that we have in game. And let's set that material. Let's create a foliage thing here. Call it grass or something. Set material. Grass. both to the thing there and to here. Now we should be able to make this green or whatever, but what I want is the alpha to be controlled by a texture. How do I get to the material editor? Trying to create and use SSBO, but they aren't supported in GD shader. You have to learn how do you what is screen space boundary occlusion. This gets it. Am I not supposed to be able to put in like a texture here? I don't remember how this works. Shader storage buffer object. Okay, no idea. But I would assume you can just set something to this alpha, create a texture or something. Why am I so dumb? Can I not preview transparent stuff? This is not the right material. So many possibilities here. Image input node, yes. Blend mode, alpha clip is good. But I'm not getting anything. Are the... Is this actually the material that I created, or did I... In no version of this does it work. Not even here, so I guess it's not working simply. Do I not have Oh, I need to get the UV. Do I not have UVs for the cards? Maybe. Could be as simple as that. Maybe I'm not transferring those. No, I am. Where's the foliage plane? That looks like a perfect UV map for this. Oh, that's a texture. I can clearly remove all this because there's no pixels there. Got a little something something. Then the scale can go bigger, looks like. And then we need some random rotation. I don't know. I don't know why. Gotta think. You're mostly gonna watch this like this or like slightly above. Hey, Sub! Welcome. You recognize this level? Yeah, I'm still struggling a little bit, but there is definitely some progress made, I would say. This is all generated from this. These little things here generate this. And it's super easy to add stuff, like if I wanted to add something here, I could just do it. And oops, wrong key. It's pretty neat. And I'm just getting into the whole, or today we've been working a lot on the foliage stuff that I know you love. But what I want to do with it is to get the, because when I go here, a lot of the density of course goes away, and you get these kind of ugly, noisy things along the bottom. I would love it if it had like a little bit of a mesh there, and I started working on something like that, but I haven't figured out exactly how to handle it yet. So one way of doing it would be to grab that mesh that we had, this thing, put that into the viewer, and then do something with that, like smooth it out, use the noise to is there like a smooth or like multi-resolute, what is it called, a subdivision surface, and then we just offset it. Oh, screw you. It's gonna be better this way, I think. And then we can maybe it's already a little bit thicker where it's thicker. But I was thinking maybe we could do something along the edges where we put something in the vertex channel to make it like darker or something. And then use that to blend it out towards the edges. So with any luck, that could work pretty well. Let's see if we can offset the values using using the noise. We want to combine XYZ as Z. Oh, it's a little bit getting tight here. And then we probably want to map that value. Actually, we want to map it before it goes into Z. Just probably do map. Has it always been called map range? Also, a reminder to save. Hello, Graham. Yeah, it is a game eventually. I'm working on level generation or level tools to make the levels better. Float comes in. You see, now we can control how thick that like overgrowth kind of thing is. Got some issues around the edges for sure. I don't quite understand these values, how they come together. Can you set vertex color, input constant, detail mix color? How do you do that? Blender, EO, nodes, set vertex color. Capture the attribute. And then you gotta put out the attribute. Hey, Spires! Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Yeah, thanks. We've been in the 2 latest Brackies videos, actually. Which is cool. Yeah, we're currently working on some level tools. So we can do stuff like this if we wanted to, like, extrude this out. We could do that, and it just automatically generates stuff for us. We can also, like, this is not quite done yet, I guess. Yeah, but we can... I haven't figured out snapping. Let's do it over here because it works better. We can take this one, and we can just, like, create a stair here if we wanted to. Like this, or we can just, like, yeah, do this. Or if we wanted to add one of these, we can just, like, extrude and pull up. And then we got, like, a cool little level here from very simple level geometry. So this is all the geometry and that generates, or base geometry that generates this, which includes the foliage and edge decorations and stuff. Yeah, I think very. I'm also very happy where things are going with it. I still feel like the little I've seen of your style of coding wouldn't be super. I guess if you do C#, maybe, but even then, it's like a little bit like it's not gonna be super Godot compatible. I don't know. We'll see. Have you tried it out at all? This seems like it's very... Yeah, I don't understand how these values work. I don't know what's a good amount of... scale on this. We don't want this. We might want something like here. Yeah, this is a geometry node. Something about not knowing how he did it was exciting. Cool. Yeah, I've been going back and forth on the whole like replay thing a little bit. The problem is that you don't know if he cheated if you don't see the replay or a YouTube video of it. But maybe it shouldn't. Like I've been thinking about maybe YouTube is a better interface towards the replays rather than having it built in. Being able to look at everything and having it so readily available might make you feel like maybe it cheapens it a bit somehow. I don't know. and then you did it. Which is pretty cool. Let's create a new material just so we can separate it out. But I want to write to, I guess, the vertex colored channel to bake the fade out towards the edges. Let's call this grass planes or glass cards. And we create a new one that's going to be grass coverage, grass ground maybe. This is what we're going to use for this. Actually, so we see what we got. Also, I didn't even intend for this, but you can do these kinds of things, which is strange, but it does work. I also see some of my stairs aren't... They're clipping through the ground weirdly more than some others. I don't understand that quite. Hello, Hagerman Hour. What's up? So how can you write to we could get it as an attribute, but for export, like how do I make that attribute go into... You can do face corner color as an attribute. Okay. What? Well, let's just continue instead. Okay, that's a few numbers. That's more or less what I want to put in there. So I guess I could, like, somewhere in here capture the each face corner should get a color, and the value of the color should be this. This could be oh, you can put I guess we just name it here. What does it do? But if I went to shading and I took the grass ground thing, used nodes for it, and I took like color vertex color or whatever. How do I do that then? Hard to tell if it's working. It does seem to be a yellow color. Is that lighting, or is it... Because it looks more like lighting than anything else. Yeah, that definitely is lighting. So I don't know if that worked. Can we get the emission from this instead? Yeah, really hard to tell if this is working or not. Maybe if we... I don't really see any color here. I don't know if it's where that comes from. I have a strong feeling this is not going to look good without the edge blending. This does nothing. Maybe we need to name the attribute. There's something here. Damn it. Wow, this is working. I have a hard time seeing this like being exported properly. Maybe we could actually do this. And I think what we'll do is add another noise somewhere else. Like maybe here, but we'll do it in Godot later. No. Oh, that's cool, but not what I wanted. But I want to multiply. Or really what I want to do is probably like subtract or add this noise. That works. So I got a little bit of a feathered edge along the sides of this, but obviously it's not going to work to transfer this particular thing. These are too tall. I need to figure out how that happens. But it's getting close to a place where we can like export this somehow into Godot and see how that part would work, because we want different meshes for like the collision and for everything else. So for example, these guys should probably be instantiated once with like a low res collider and once with the high res thing. Let's take a quick look at why this stair is clipping through. All of this thing we did down here, I'll just get rid of it. No. Lamonglo. Pretty good. Pretty good. They didn't export on the other side, I guess. We'll figure it out. I think we're getting into some part of this we're starting to understand. I still don't understand how things transfer between stuff. Like if we want to take the position from one geometry, find the closest thing on another geometry, and then just use that position. Rename this foliage here. I think I want to make like a little group that takes two inputs. One is the geometry for instanced stuff, and one is the other. Let's make a new one, group it out, and see what we do. Probably want this. Want to join. Can we have a join, a multi-input that is the join? Because if we can't, then this is not going to be that useful. I think N. I want an input that's a type of geometry, but it doesn't seem to it's not going to be that useful if we can't do that. Get rid of this. But let's name these geometry things. Okay. I just feel like this is a bit, it's a lot. What happens if I just Control G this? It takes 2 inputs then. And I have to add another input, I guess, to... Yeah. That's not what we want. Okay. So I bet we can export this as a GLTF or something, and import that. However, how do we get out like the floor stuff into a separate thing? And can we rename this to like visual, and the other, no, that's the input. Visual and collider. And I want the floor mirrored before that happens, and the faces. But so here is the like the collider thing. So we want to do a copy of these two, and then we want another. You know what? We don't need the. We can reverse the order of these. So we want the flip geometry from floor and floor directly into the geometry. And then in between here, we want a flip faces thing. Just flips things upside down and puts it in the other output group. Now we also need from like the walls, we need another collider thing. So let's rename this geometry output to like visual, and then we duplicate that to a collider. And then for now we're just gonna put the same in there, but I think we're gonna have another one that's gonna be a low res version of this, so we don't have to do the colliders. Now the question is, can we get this output here to output to different things? Geometry node, how to export to I don't know, GLTF? Closed. GN instances. It's also merged. I guess we can just test, see what happens. Maybe it exports multiple geometries from one by default or something. All the visible objects, I guess. Sure. This is cool if that works. But I would guess it's not gonna work in attributes we want, and apply modifiers. I guess attributes is colors when starting with underscore. Okay. We don't want materials really. Maybe we do, and we can just no animation. Okay, let's try it. It's trying. Oh, 69 viewers. Nice. So we did get something here. So let's look at Gonna go ahead and hide the current level. Gone. And then we're gonna see what we got in our assets, models, geonodes test. Holy shit. The normals are wrong on the mirrored stuff, but we can fix that. But this looks fairly close to what we wanted. There's a lot of these instances, which I don't know what that is. Here is something. Million foliage planes. So it seems like it does something. Oh, here we go. Sorry, this is outside of the view. Here we go. Here we go. So it does export like the plane, which has floor and grass ground. Oh, that's materials. Cool. Not sure what that is, but these are different meshes. So this one did bake. Is this because there is a different material on? No, there's two different materials on here. So how did it? Why does it bake the plane? That's because we started with a plane. That's why it's called plane. But why did some of this come into? It's because all of the other ones are used as instances. That's why. Okay, it's not too bad. But I would have loved it if we could export. Oh, Adam! Welcome, Raiders. Huge raid. I was just at 69 viewers, and I was thinking, nice. And now, okay, take it easy, Adam. Thank you for the raid. Hello, Void Plane. What's up? Yo, guys, we are working on a. We're actually working on Blender. We're doing some stuff here with geometry nodes. I'm trying to learn how that works, so we can do stuff like not that. We could extrude this, make it a stair. We could like extrude it, do this, and it just like does all the things for us. That's the plan, at least. We can even make like walls like this. So yeah, and I'm currently working on trying to get this geometry into the game. I guess I'll show you how the game looks, so you know what we're working with. The game is called Ocean Mirror. It's available for Wishlist on Steam. It's made in Godot. We're running play tests reasonably often. Yeah, the game is weird looking FPS where you can shoot, and more specifically you can do this, flip around to the other side. And it's a speedrunning game, so you want to be quick about it. And then you go through the red water to exit. And we have online leaderboards, so you can try this. Just one of my favorite levels. Apparently, there's a much faster tech than this. You can throw grenades. That was a bad time, but I have a decent time. But some of these madmen have gone down to 4 seconds. I think I have 4. I don't remember, but I also have a 4 time, 4-9, 4 something. Got some other stuff like you can run through these shields, but you can't shoot them from outside. You gotta stand inside and shoot. Oh. These levels are mostly like procedurally generated and then hand tweaked, and I'm trying to make the hand tweaking process easier by doing it in Blender. Throwing the nade first. Yes, the fast strategy is this is the level we're trying to replicate in Blender. But yeah, you can't. 14 seconds. That's not even a PB. Yeah, so we got a bunch of these levels. Some are a little bit more intense in terms of combat. Some are less. But a lot of the levels look rather the same. And the way I thought to remedy that was simply to handcraft them more. And have it easy enough to I died. Anyway, that's Ocean Mirror. Player designed levels, I don't think so. But maybe. I don't know what that means. Maybe I can just give people this file, they save it somewhere, and it generates a level from that. But yeah, so we are not done with this by any means. But we got as far as exporting it, and it seems to be very close to something that's usable. The only thing I need to is get a separate mesh for, like the ground mesh, for example, now is in there. It's this, but it's mixed up with different things. And also like the tall arch is here, but I want maybe to join different meshes. Like I don't know how to get a separate mesh specifically for the collision, for example. So yeah, it's exporting these meshes, and I want it to be like when I press export, or even better if I press save, it will do this. Thank you, Riz Remy. So yeah, please check out the wish list if you want to get in on talking about this. There's a Discord as well, where we will be running more playtests reasonably soon, like maybe next week or so. We give up Steam playtest keys. So how do we get from here to there? I was hoping we could do something with the group output to say like these are the collision meshes. Maybe we can give, if we give the collision meshes a specific material, it could separate it out. Let's try that. Let's create like a new material, call it like collision, and then we'll anything here will be set. Actually, let's do set material, drag it in, collision, and then we just put that in here. Can we do that? Blender, geometry nodes, multiple mesh output. So they pretty much put, they take a separate object and then they reference the output of the previous one, and then you do the geometry and get a named attribute. That makes sense. This is not too bad. We can live with this. So we can create a new object, like a mesh. Let's just create a cube or something, whatever. No, not inside there. Inside here, cube. This is our collision, let's call it. And let's use not a material. We don't need a material on the collision. Let's use geometry nodes. A new geometry nodes. Call this like collision output. And we're gonna drag in the level. Where's the rest of... Oh, they're all the way over there. So here we want to like separate geometry like this. I want to pick the selection, and then the selection is going to be an attribute we set on the geometry nodes. So we don't really need to set the material like we did and get rid of that. But we will do an attribute. What did we... They used a stored named attribute, I think. Is that true? It's a named attribute, yes. So stored named attribute, an integer instance. And we call this just like something like this. Take another one where collision is 0 and one is collision is 1. And we put the geometry in here. Have another join geometry. Put that in there. Take that in there. Group output. Now we get all the things, and I think this collision value 1 is the ones that we want to use on the second object. So now if we go like collision output, we want to take equal, and then we want to get a equals to a read attribute. Want it to be collision. We need it to be 1 for this to output. Didn't work. Because it's hidden. Ah, look at that. It lives on the wrong type of thing, I think. That didn't work at all. Did they do something else? No, they just stored... Oh, they need to be instanced as the output? Right. I wonder if we can solve some of this with setting the position to the something. I don't know. It looked very promising. I think this still can work, but I don't know why it's maybe we can like actualize what if we do this? I have some ideas. Geometry nodes. We should rename this, by the way, to like level generator or something. So we don't need this here. That's the first thing. We should like actualize or like as instance, they said, but I don't know that that's what we want. We want like geo nodes or Blender geo nodes actualize instances. Realize. Put them in here. We put it on the face. I like geonodes, but this is not correct. We do it on the we should do it on the instance instead, and did I misspell or geometry cannot be retrieved from the modifier object. Why? The gates on the water. So in this case, it looks like this is correct. It doesn't have the instances that I thought it would have. Because we haven't joined in the walls. To the join geometry here. There we go. Now we have multiple outputs. One stored named attribute is called collision, and it's a boolean per face, and then we do this. And then we go into our collision output, and maybe we can drag in the level again. No, it doesn't want to give me the... Do they do something different in that thing? We got the pack. They just take like whatever geometry to instance. So they flip it around. They say this should be an instance. And then they set it per instance and then join geometry as instances. So we can try that for sure. Geo to instance. Get this in here. Guess we probably want oh, when I had it at face, I forgot to change. Maybe that hasn't. Some effect. Maybe collision is a bad name. Set it per instance instead, doesn't matter. The value should be true. Boolean per face, set to true. I don't understand why you would need it as an instance. It's quite strange. Do we need to have like some, like if we added a cube in here, it wouldn't matter, right? It would still be, no, it's not in the right spot. So it adds a bunch of things. Did my level generator just disappear? Oh, they're over here. Did I destroy my level? No. Where's my level? I don't know. Let's revert. Oh, I see what's the problem. Or I think I do. This is using the wrong... It didn't use another geometry node. I see. That was very dumb. It applied the geometry node stuff to this. So I think what we can do is get rid of this now. Now we have the collision output. Drag in our reference to the level again. And then hide the level for now. And then want to do separate geometry. The selection is going to be a named attribute. Collision. Over face. Or per instance, I guess, in this case. Kind of sort of got it. It's the it's a little bit too much. So I think we just need to make sure the floor output apparently contains more than we wanted. How did the foliage get in there? They're not. You know what we should do? We should also take away all of the mirroring and put that in a separate thing. Call it collider instead. Collider should be true. But collision... So it did work a minute ago, but now it doesn't. You know what we should do? We put it on face, but that doesn't do anything. Yeah, this is all we want to export. And we do geometry to instances, and it's like collider, it's got a value, boolean per face. We don't need instance, I don't think. Which means we should be able to just put it out there. Which means we don't, yeah, we need to join this. I don't understand. It worked before. Because it undid that or something. Okay, now we're in the collision output. Now we do like a transform geometry, and now we do a join geometry. Look at the face orientations. So I guess that means squarely that these need to be inverted. That I don't know, but cool. So the only thing I don't like now is that the level is gonna export the ground geometry twice. Do we like instancing? I think we do. That probably translates to how Godot renders. And if we let's see here. We could like not care about having doubles. Let's just export and see how it looks. It's gonna be hard to tell if there's like doubled up geometry though. The solution is probably to exclude the floor from that thing that flips it. So what if we like mute this? It's so wide, it's hard to keep track of what goes where. So we take the walls going in there. No, we need to just duplicate the collision and have a separate one that does everything that doesn't have collision and visuals. I think if we underscore call at the end there, we're actually gonna get a collider automatically from that. And I think there's another go.gl or Blender naming conventions. So we can use call only for one, and one would be like ignore, I would hope. Skip import for a node, no imp. Do level, no imp, call only, one word. Cool, so we can hide so you do all the mirroring in here. Oh, it always swaps out. So, wait, what is what here? Did I, this is that should be level generator. Cool. Let's make sure that's fake usered. And then call only, we need to make sure this one is collision output. Sounds right. And this still works, yes. And then we got the visuals, which is we're gonna create a new one. That's very, oh, when I switch here, does it node tree to be linked? So I'm changing here and I'm thinking I'm just swapping between different instances. I get it. That's why I've been so confused. The geometry seed based. No, not the base geometry. That's handcrafted. Um, I'm gonna copy this to the geometry nodes thing, and we're gonna call this like visual output. Paste it in. And then we're gonna invert it. So now we have the base, which we're not gonna import, and then we got the collision, and then we got the visuals. I think this is gonna be good. Why is it taking so long? Did it crash? Sure did. This doesn't look good. What could be the problem with the GLTF exporter? Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't like this file. Let's get rid of it and re-export it. Maybe it's because it had some stuff in there. I cannot find file test foliage. We kind of don't want to export. Hey, it's still doing it, but I removed the file. I did not. That's a 40 meg file. Why is it so big? Why did the file become so massive? I'll export it somewhere else first. This also took a while. So I'm doing something dumb. Now it's only 9 megs. No idea why. That was faster, even though mesh compression not supported. Actually, let's remove the... We don't need to show the base no imp. Maybe we should actually just save the Godot file or the blend file. Let's actually try that. It's not necessarily a bad idea. Let's get rid of the ones that we don't need. These. And now let's watch it crumble. Now this is gonna be Blender 4. Where the heck is that? Program Blender 4.1. But I don't want to. Oh. Got to do it multiple times, of course. Is it because it's called the space in it or something? If I type in the name manually, holy shit! Bugs. Hey, we got something. Doesn't look right. I think it didn't like realize the instances or something, or the instances didn't get things set on them. We should also not export all the tests or all of these. We shouldn't need all of them. Now, this one does. Here's the collider, and it's not correct. I think it's missing things. It's possible that it doesn't work with instances. It did work with instances when I exported it using instances. So yeah. So either I don't use instances, but I think I really should be doing that. Or we did something else wrong. I guess base no imp makes it not work. Visuals didn't contain. I think maybe what we need to do is realize instances here somewhere. Not that far off. that freaking spam again. You don't see it, but yeah. If I do it this way, it doesn't seem to do the whole import with instances. So what we're gonna do is check if there's anything here. Other than that, I think we should just import we should just export like we did before. Yeah, I don't see any ways to do this. Do this, get rid of this sucker, and export from here. GLTF. Where? Pretty sure I saw the. That's the instances. Okay, let's test this. Now it took a lot longer again. No, maybe not. 32 megs. Can't preview it like that. Guess we try. Don't be slow. Don't crash. Crashed. Kill it. Let's turn off the geometry node instances. it's a good question, Mindridge. Like it's called long live KO underscore Twitch scam U34. Yeah, now it just didn't export the things. Where's this? Only one didn't work. We realize instances here instead, whatever that means. And then on the visuals, visual output, realize instances before. I don't know if that makes any difference. Like all this graph, that should really be instance. Got something. So we don't, since we don't export materials, we get everything in a weird material. We get this. Collider looks correct. Visuals looks correct. I think we should export materials, but not... try call only for that. And export. Placeholder materials, but write multiple primitive groups per mesh. Yes, that sounds good. Try again. Oh, they're unnamed if you do that. Because what I want to do is link them up to various things. I bet they're in the same order as they are in here or here. Because there's 6 of them. There's 5 of them. Okay. Guess we're never using the collision material or something. It probably, I think it's floor, stair, fence. We can pick the other materials directly here. If they are correct. It would be environment, base level stone, and then we had stair, which should all be the same, I think. And then we got the fence, which doesn't exist, so pick the same. Okay, messed up. Wrong materials still. I guess we just pick the same material for everything to start with and see if it works. It doesn't seem like the replacement materials work. Maybe they need to have names, because I don't want to do this every time. Let's just export again. With material, we just do export, but we do like images, none. So floor, freaking huge window. Environment, base, stair. I don't know where these are. Probably not in here, but in like maybe I haven't saved that material at all. That exists in, what is that called? The slab? Let's call this like grass card. Why didn't I save before? Hello, Lawrence. Dude, it works. Green stuff is obviously not that great, but we'll see if we can do something about that. It's pretty much perfect. See what we can do about the grass. See if we can find. Let's create a new resource material, a shader material. Call this like grass ground. We're gonna change the way the geo nodes work. Grass ground. Pick that file. Import. So one important part is, can we get the no, not there. Shaders, environment, grass ground. Create. Cool. So what I really want is the color don't think this worked. Nothing is indicating that it worked. I think everything is just SSAO, what we see. It does seem like it's exporting like fully white. So that's not good. It's possible that visuals just doesn't output that attribute. This is a capture attribute. Wonder if it should be a named attribute instead. It does output it here. So I guess potentially we could get the color field based on attribute from capture attribute node. Okay. So visuals. What if we just try making it like a fully red thing? Can you do like export again? I was hoping we could see some okay, here comes a super dumb thing. What if we wrote it in the UV instead of trying to do something like we're gonna do procedural UVs for those anyway. So take me to the base implementation. Foliage. Can I not set UV? This doesn't help then. Read it with a named attribute? So this is not gonna export, is it? Seems old. See if we can do this. I'm going to create a material that has, hello? To make all of the game's 3D models, yes. Is it doable for a solo game developer learn how to make a PSX 3D models in Blender? Yes, that's possible. Sure, gradient texture. How can I modify this gradient texture? Do I have to like go to shading here? Okay, here's our texture. Now we want to make a modifier, GeoNodes modifier. And if I do like UV editing on this, I move one node. Why are you not showing the thing? Moving this, it's gonna move like a UV texture. Nice. So now we go to geometry nodes, and then we add geometry node to the cube. So we wanna set named attribute. capture or is it read? Store. We want to store a 2D vector per point or face corner. Maybe. And if I name it like... What is that UV map? Oh, that seems to be working, sort of. That actually does seem to work. If I name it UV map, like that, and set it to face corner. Let's see if that works in our real project. What I want is simply this thing. It's not combined color. A vector 2, is that in there? Just put it in the X. So we take this, put it in the X, put that in the value. 2D vector face corner UV map. We pass this geometry through here. And if we go to the material for the ground thing, shading, grass ground. Now we read the geometry position to sample from the noise texture and stuff. That's all well and good, but the attribute that we want should be a vector. Get out of this and get out of that. So if this reads the UV map now, it should be possible to add the X I don't think it works. I think it works. I believe it works. It seems like it did set the UV map here, and I can use that value. So I guess We don't need this anymore. What we do need is the UV. Can we read the UV? UV.x. Come on. That looks correct. And then we need some alpha. Scissor threshold. And then we need to say like shaded type, render mode is something, right? It should be like clip, whatever it's called, alpha. We need to check. Why is everything lagging out now? Holy shit, I didn't expect us to actually solve this. Sorry, I never remember the shader. Maybe we can do like the explosion shader has it. Unshaded cull disabled. Okay, maybe not then. It works. Okay, so now we're gonna need some noise. We can't do that, of course, because now we're overriding. We can use the world position directly here to sample. So the albedo would just be texture, albedo text with the UV coords of world position XY. XZ. RGB. And then that was a color sampler. Red channel of something else. New noise texture. I need to pee. Yeah, we're doing some procedural stuff in Blender this time and just trying to make it work in Godot. And it seems fairly fairly effective. I don't think this works. But I gotta go pee. Be right back. Yep. Okay. Let's actually sample the noise texture. I'll do make some difference for sure. Yeah, look at that. We're starting to get jagged edges. These are obviously too tall. We'll fix that, but I think this is a pretty good start. Something like this. How would that look with like good color there? What should we do? Should we just do a noise for the color? Cool, let's set up a level so we can see if this actually works. My sense is that I think this is gonna perform worse because we're not using instancing for a lot of these. This stair is weird. But cool. Let's copy a level and add it to our list. So we'll go scenes, levels. I think we're just gonna duplicate level 1 because that's a good level. We're gonna call this like blender or level blender test. So in here we have this like level root and mirror and stuff. Get rid of all that. Mirror, get rid of that. And then we're gonna drag in our model just as it is. GeoNodes test. And then we are going to wait to begin. And we're going to check the player start position. It's sort of in a wall there. That's okay. Put ourselves here. I think we've got to look that direction or something. No. Stand here. Looks like that. Cool. Let's go to our progression thing. Let's add an element, new level info. That's going to be like test level. No, not packed scene. Quick load. Now we should be able to play this. Okay, so we don't have a collider. And we're having a lot lower FPS than usual. But there's also a lot of grass in here. Cool. Let's take a look at why we don't collide with anything. I think we forgot to re-enable this when we were exporting. See, it actually seems to have worked because I could bake the nav mesh on top of it. So I think we have collisions now. Now, for the sake of not having to do this a million times, set autoplay level to 6, which I think is the last one. 7? It's baked into the blend model milestone. I'm sorry, I'm not quite. Yeah, we need to do something about the UV chords of the ground, and music is like lagging out now because of the game is taxing on the CPU or GPU. I don't know, one of those. Let's not do YouTube for a bit. Where's Spotify? There. One of the PUs, yes. Cool. It is pretty sweet. Now, I wonder if Seb likes this. It's like summer outside. Yeah. We got 10 degrees. I want to walk, but I fucked up my feet, so I'm not sure if I can. But the grass is very thick. You can't see shit here. So we need to make the grass smaller. Okay, let's see how easily we can modify this. Can you not edit a hidden? Let's get rid of some of this bullshit here. Okay. Maybe I am. So I think the problem is that we have to change the size of the grass blades. Easiest way would be to just edit them in here. Can also simplify them by removing these. Maybe this one. It's a few fewer, and then we scale towards the local individual origin, or why can I not set cursor to selected? There we go. Make it smaller. And then we need to do something about the heights of those suckers there. I don't remember. This is a mess. The scale goes there. But then we have like the volume to mesh, goes into sub D, material, and capture, combine, offset. Here we go. Map range. This is the thing. I was thinking it should be like 0 through 1 and then, whoa. 0 through 1. That's not even too bad. I hate that you can't do FPS camera style stuff in here. You know what? That's not too bad. Quiet. Nah, just repeat textures like crazy. So when it comes to UV maps, we could simply UV map from world position. You can do FPS camera in Blender. Let's just export this to start. What did I just do? Shift. Oh shit. That should be a lot more palatable in terms of the amount of let's try it. We still don't have UV maps for these suckers. Missing a lot of geometry. And we're not even hitting 120 FPS now, so I don't know what that is. The grass should probably be differently colored on the underside. So we'll figure out a way to do that. It's got a few polys for sure. Also, the ground mesh could probably be optimized quite a bit. It seems like it's always too high up, that the thing that should have been on the ground. Let's try to pull it downwards. Here we can see like this island here. If we take the lowest point down, that should be a lot more adherent to the ground. We can increase the up or something. No, we cannot. Can clamp that down. No. I guess we're pretty fine there. Right, so we want to unwrap the level geometry. Let's see if we can do that. Floor, walls. Floor is created here. I think it would make sense to do the unwrap here. What? Right, right. This has worked before. These already have. We gotta replace these with more interesting blocks in a bit, but it's seems to be working. Export it, I guess. Oh wait, sorry, Milestone. I'm missing YouTube chat. It's such a bad habit. When you have a second, it would be super interesting to hear how the game evolved from the original idea. It's pretty platform speed oriented right now. Has always been the idea. No, I can talk about that in a bit. FPS camera. There's a setting you can quick bind to quick favorites. Blender fly walk. The shift is a hard on Swedish keyboards. Yeah. I have that. Like, I don't think you can do. Well, I don't know. Give me a sec here to just figure some of this stuff out. I don't think the UV thing worked. That still looks wrong. Maybe we forgot something. Seems correct. We forgot to name it UV map. That's probably it. And if we were smart, we would actually draw it. So we remove this and then we go to the shading tab. Come on. Shading tab. And then we go use nodes. And then we do like a checker or something. And then do UV here. If this did work, is this the correct one? Doesn't look like it's doing anything. Here we go. So you can see it half working. But not here. Not even there. Okay. I assume it doesn't work. We can definitely try exporting and just see if it works. It worked? I think it did. So dark though. Did it or did it not work? These didn't work before, right? Because they're using some... No, they are world chord. It's hard to tell. I think it didn't work. So if you look... Or it did work, but there needs to be a multiplier on the thing. Oh, Chucky. Restream. Oh, that would be cool. Is this some kind of sign up for free? Okay, so this costs a little bit. I don't know. Maybe later. Hello, nickname. Okay, I don't know if it's the that the unwrap doesn't work. If it's on the wrong, like, or if I just don't understand how these stored named attributes work. But I did do UV stuff in the let me check which did work. Stuck in the enemies. So in here I did stored named attribute 2D vector face corner UV map. Let's copy that over. And I just passed through that, and then that's tagged onto things. And that seems to be working. I want to do this on the floor. That doesn't work, so we do another thing. We try just the position. And we pass it into here. That works. Now we have a super small thing, which means we can divide this. Or something. Sure. We probably also want to rotate this a little bit. We want to divide it by 10, 10, 10. So now we have the same size roughly as the other stuff. Good. Thank you, Bruce. Now we should see this start. If anything, it's super subtle. The heck? I don't believe it worked, but maybe I can't be sure until I... No, it definitely works. Check this. The texture. But we have this problem now, which is a classic. But if we either we can like rotate we want to do something like 45 degrees. And it's much better. There are some certain angles where it's gonna look bad, but generally this is gonna work. Like here it looks weird. But yeah. I would say good enough. For the moment. I'm going to have to eat something at some point. So I think the grass is still too tall. And I think we still have like non-optimal FPS here. The lighting feels different to the regular version of the level. But if I'm gonna be frank, I don't see, like, I haven't tuned anything. Like, these side things aren't at all. But I kind of forget that that this is not the real level. So let's start somewhere. I think the grass, when sliding, you're like very much in the grass. The grass needs to be shorter. So you would shoot that guy, flip around, get that guy, jump, and then flip, take her out, kill that guy, jump up to a thing that doesn't exist, shoot that, and then it does feel like the real version of the level. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Take a look at our wishlist situation. Yeah. It is moving along like do we have it was not the best way of doing this. Go away. Okay. So we're at 2,422, which is still too low. I don't know what we're gonna do, but we'll figure it out. So here you can see some different peaks of our wish lists. This is the release trailer that had a little bit of or not the release trailer, the teaser trailer. This is Godot showcase. This is Brackies. This is also Brackies. Like, I think this probably also. This is actual tutorial. Wait, I might be missing one day here. Nah, it's the same. Numbers are going up. You can make an ad for me. Yeah. You actually did. Anyway, so now we know that. And looking at that, the Godot thing was actually with a link, and Brackies was without a link in the description. So pretty cool, I think, in terms of that. But yeah, the grass is still too tall. Let's chop it off. That can't be too much. And we have the number of things. Yeah, I wrote out the name in Cuddle Monster. Yeah, that would be a thing, Jackie. Okay. Let's export again. See how it looks. I wonder if the grass should have like non-black colors. Did it even re-import? Still feels tall. I guess we try it. The grass is the right height, but it doesn't feel as nice. Especially at a distance. Wait, did we? Yeah, we'll take a look at the material a little bit more there. It does feel. What was it called? Ground? Oh, we did unshaded. We don't need that. That's why it glows a little bit more than it maybe needs to. Yo! Bite down music. Who's that? Wrong account, brother. Cool. So, are you here? As always. Yeah, that's okay. So check this out. This is the new thing I'm testing out, which works like this. So wait. It's because I don't edit it. So here is all the geometry that's needed to generate the level. So you can do stuff like if I do just the visuals and I enable this. Nah, that didn't work well. We can do it here. You can grab anything, say an edge. I could find an edge here, and then we do like extrude. And I think I have it set. That's why it's weird. I can just drag it out, and now we get like a thing, and it generates the grass stuff on it as well. And then you can like extrude again, and if the extrusion is like a let me do it from this side. If it's a stair, or if it's at an angle, you can just like get that there, and then you extrude again, pull it out. And then if you do something like, let's see if this works. I don't even know. If you extrude upwards, you will get these kinds of things. So that's pretty nice. And then you have to like export GLTF. And it takes a little bit of time, and it didn't work. What? How could I mess this up? Export? I didn't wait long enough, maybe? What? This has worked all the time. Strange. I'll drag it in again, I guess. Take the nav mesh, press play. And then you're in the level with this new like super tall stair here. If you disable the grass, it's really fast to work with. I think I need to do some optimizations on how the grass stuff works. So maybe we can just do that, use that in the final iterations. But yeah, it's working. The grass needs a little bit more like tweaking visually. I can tell. I think that's pretty cool. So now there's another program you need to learn, Alfred. I think the big win is that you can like, when you have made a little level and you're like, oh, it would be cool to have a like a, I don't know, a couple of boxes that look like this specific thing, or like I want a statue over here. You don't need to like leave the level design tool to design a prop. You can just do it. And it's still open to do the things we have done before with like, should I say like, yeah, whatever. Like you can place things in Godot as well as within Blender. I cannot hot reload level, no. Passive Star was in here before, and he can. But he's done a little bit of work to get something somewhat janky like that work. I wonder if I could just like ship a Blender with the game and like export things at runtime. Anyway, we need to get the grass looking better. It's obviously too bright, and I think like the texture we're using here should look very different. Maybe the frequency should be much higher or lower. Let's do seamless. Let's also look at that's not gonna work. No, it needs to be add, and it needs to be a lower number. can try a darker version. Also, what if it was towards the... That looked pretty natural actually, but it doesn't add as much visual interest. You know Krieger? Mine Rage? This looks ominous. Only problem now is that I'm almost ready to start making levels using this, and that's not going to be as fun as making the tools to make the levels. So we have another issue here. It does seem... Are these just inverted UVs or... I don't know. It looks strange. Because this stair works. This stair is broken. Or is it simply just pulled into... Might be that the offset I'm doing... And this one is even weirder. Because this one is half okay. I don't know. Let's that's trippy. Yeah, I think I'm doing something wrong somewhere. I'm pretty sure of it. Wonder if it's all stairs that point in a certain direction might be broken. Seems like. Yeah. It is very possible that stairs that start, like have there's something with the indexes where stairs that start higher than their low or something, we'll have some issues. That's something I have to fix, I guess. Yeah, there's definitely something to do there. What happens if I just extrude? Get like a little platform with walls around. That's also not great. Anyway, I think we're pretty good. The generation stuff, it's somewhere close to where it should be. Let's figure out some configuration options, and then I think I actually maybe I should eat already. What if we didn't do the grass? Can you somehow... Does it make it faster if I just do like mute? Can I now go in and edit things faster? Yeah, that feels a lot faster. So can we mute something? Blender, geo nodes, mute by input. There's a switch. We can say nothing or something. So if we turn this back on, and then we do a switch, where we grab this as true and nothing as false. And then we can add our input. Should be a boolean. Should be called like enable grass or foliage. Pass that to the switch, and now you can just do like... Wait, why is everything broken? Gonna turn it off in edit mode. What? How did I break this? Hey, sub 7 is possible. Cool. Now tell me why this doesn't work. What did I do? Worked a second ago, but now it's broken, like, it doesn't do anything. Let's restart. Seb sub 7. You're welcome. So I don't know how I broke it, but I sure did. It's not because these are hidden. It's not because... That's very strange. What? Let's... Looking for a group is what I was thinking. I know, the only thing I can think of is just like remove that thing again and have the switch in here instead. And that, why did it come back when I did that then? Now it works this time, I don't know why. So I guess we should write down some things we know are issues. So for example, the stairs do have some issue. There is an offset in here somewhere. There. That solves that stair. And that stair. Okay, but not this one. Okay, so the offset is weird. this thing. Because now it's like riding above. I guess we can just offset the cube. That's what we're doing. Okay, I'll I'll take it. Is there a way to not have to show these every time? Can we like export all objects but not include... Oh, we can do only renderable objects but not care about visible objects. So we need to say like this is not renderable, but these are renderable. These are not renderable. And then we export. Renderable objects. See how that's treated. That's the new one, I think, because we got the new stairs. That works. Which is sick. Cool. Cool. So the original level has this other thing. It's got like a little bridge here. I wonder if there's a way to like mark things using something. Yeah, I'm already running 4.3 with a reverse C issue. That did trip me up. It broke a couple of things, but I fixed it. Cool. So we can disable this to edit faster. But I want to figure out a way to place a bridge here. Easiest thing would probably be to just model the bridge and put it there. But now I have this issue of I gotta put it in like a collection and like include that collection into the collision combiner or something. It would be nice if I could hide the collider stuff from this guy also, because it's a bit hard to tell what's going on with the white stuff. But food, I'm still thinking about food. I guess I have to cook something because I don't have shit. Oh, I am like switching which collection is active. That's what I'm doing with the... I'm pressing the wrong... Let's tab into edit mode. Right. So if I connect these two, like that, that works. It creates this thing, which has weird geometry for sure. But like, maybe I can read the bevel weight. Well, that's the edges. Can I set any kind of data on a face? What? Dude, do you want to drop a new thing in the chat? So, is it? Do we need to flip the faces? Whoa. We do not. Oh, Lord. So another way to tag something would be to set a specific material on it, and we can read if that has that material. Yeah. Or put it in a specific vertex group. That's another. But I don't know how to. What if I created a vertex group and called this one like something? This is like bridges. We assign this one to the bridges group. And then when I generate my level, here somewhere, we need to take away things that are part of the bridges group and separate that out. So I could see us doing something around here where we split the edges and we grab everything that's, I guess we can just put a selection here. Vertex group. No, not Godot. Delete all geometry points with the vertex group. That doesn't seem right. It's just an int. Group input vertex group and There's none of these that match. Collection is just collection. Can be an object. Yeah, I don't see it. I can do panels. Cool. Doesn't help though. They have selection. Selection just as a thing. They got like vertex group is just a thing for the group input. What type is that? Let's look at subs run here. What? What's even going on? Like, shoot that one backwards, go around, shoot that. That's pretty sick. Nice and tight. There's not a selection to select here. Maybe it's an integer, and then you can subtype. No. Default input index. Oh, look, here you can do like vertex group or something. Is that it? Actually, separate. Maybe that works. Maybe I need another group because I don't understand why it's like it's an integer, but it should be an ID or something. It's not. Lenses, can't you use the name attribute node to get the vertex group? Name attribute. Hi, by the way. Name attribute. I don't think so. But I could see this if we do like a viewer here. We pass the group here. You can see it's actually one everywhere. And then I go like take this and then I set up the bridges. It doesn't change it to 2. Because the vertex. Maybe it needs to be a separate object? What? Didn't want to... Wait, I think... right, we need to read the value. We can't just like... Gotta check if the value is this thing. Yeah, it's cool. It's super cool. Like so obviously you're saying name attribute. There's an index, but that's not that. That's like the index of something. It should be geometry read maybe it's named attribute, or can we get some other thing from ID? There's none of those. No. No. What's going on? I messed up. It's a float. It should be an integer, but if I make it an integer, we can do bridge group and we can press something and get like... Oh wait, we didn't name it? Nope. And then apparently we have extruded this up here. What does undo do? Nothing? Okay, assign this to bridges. Everything assigned to base. This remove from base, assigned to bridges. I mean, I can do this, put something in here. That actually works. The named attribute will output 1 if it is part of this. So what I want to do is check what happens if I do face. Yeah, so we can change this to a bool, I think. No, boolean. So we got to do a threshold. So if we say named attribute is greater than 0.9, and then we put the result in here. We get this specifically set up. Cool. So what do we do now? We get back into what we were doing and put in a separate geometry. And then we say, like, if this is true, we get the selection. What? Oh, it needs to be on face. There we go. And then we can create our other logic here that generates this thing. So we can do like, for example, we just do extrude. And then we put this into, we're going to put it like between here. So we want to take this mesh that goes into some join geometry here. Not the one with the edges. Not the one with the walls. So many things. Does this need to be so far away? Yeah, that was good. This geometry here. We should go into the one that doesn't have yeah, and then we go directly in there as well. Yep. So now we can just group this, name it bridges. We can figure out how we do it. I think there's a slight thing we're gonna need, because we're gonna need know where it's connected. So we can do like a little arch or something cool. Oh, look at that. It we didn't need this. We can get rid of all of this almost. Should still be the same. But I want to take offset to be like -1 meter instead. And then we probably want to show the inverted things. So I think we should flip the normals of this. We should only need one mesh output. We don't need those either. We should have had more more things. Mesh goes in, mesh goes out. But there's no top, so we need to put that back in there. Join geometry. And then we need to flip this geometry, I think. But I'm a bit surprised. Oh, right. We actually need two outputs. We want one output that is going to be the geometry, or one is that is the visual. No, that's input. This one needs to be geometry coming in. What? For now, we're going to use the same for both. For this to work with the collision stuff, we need to join it in here. The collider part of this. So now we should have the collider include that and the visual include that. Nice. You gotta shoot through a 1 pixel gap last shot, but it would save like 0.2 seconds. What? Cool. So the other part is like it would be cool to add some sort of a thing to that, but oh, it's not flipping in either direction. And also, if we wanted to, yeah, we should definitely cut these, join it in with this instead to get foliage on top of it. Wait, that didn't get foliage on top of it. This one should be named ground. This one should be cards. So I know what's going on. But for the foliage, to have it join the foliage, we need to join in here. Join. And then we join this. Visual. Maybe. It didn't work at all. All right, because we're not. You gotta use it as well, right? So if we enable footage, it will grow footage on top of it, but it will not have the actual thing, of course. This becomes the collider stuff, so we put that in with that. That's good, but it's not. Doesn't have any render stuff yet. The floor joins, transforms and flips. So this is where we're going to put that. See if it works. Whoa. I think sometimes this doesn't update. Oh, is it when I have this open, it works? I do like open anyway. Because here it works, and then I go back. No. It's like sometimes it just... Oh, the UV unwrap as well. And bake it. Seems to work, yeah. I think it's easy to forget how much, or rather how little, some things matter. When you're working on one thing, it's easy to forget about the big picture. Hey, I forgot to hide some things, I think. It's a bit odd because I think they are not renderable, so why are they... Maybe it doesn't, it needs to be the object, not the... Oh, Nansen, what's up? Still haven't eaten any lunch. You know you think something is pretty fun to work with when you forget about lunch. Cool, let's decorate the thing a little bit, I guess. Forgetting all the basic needs of the human body, yeah. Cool, so let's go into our bridges. And to know where a bridge has a connection or not, we need to bake that information into this before we split it out. So here we got the separate thing, and we're actually doing like store named attribute face count per edge. This is what we want. We want to actually move this out and move this in between here instead. The inverted goes in there, I think. What? No, this goes there. So now we should be able to get face count and do stuff with that inside of the... Did I change something? Nope. We can get like attribute something. read named attribute. Get the face count, read it as an integer, and then we can like viewer get the face count attribute. Probably should have been here instead. No, it should have been here. So now you can see a 2, a 1, and a 1. So we can, if we want to place things along these edges, we can just simply ignore anything that says 1 there. So we can do like a split geometry or delete geometry, doesn't matter. Not equal to, or rather, yeah. And then we can plug this into our thing instead. Wait, what? Didn't it remove edge? There we go. Now we got 2. We can convert those to come on, Seb, what are you up to? 691. Oh, that's defriend is radio. Yeah, I love the competition. Game Maker, yeah, I haven't tried Game Maker. Some of my favorite games are made in Game Maker, but I haven't really tried it. So here, from here, we want to do like curve from mesh, and then we can do resample curve with, we could do 2, and then we do like points on edges. Or curve to mesh first, and then points on instance on points is what it's called. But we need points mesh to points. Doing it a little bit roundabout here, but put this there, get this through to here. We'll cut that, put this through there. You can see our little corners, if that's what we want. Just make a little corner there. Oh shit! The administrator is very good. Let's turn off the foliage for a second here. It's making everything much faster. So here I'll probably make a thing that can stretch downwards to the surface. We need to, yeah, let's make a little test something here in our assets. Escape out of that. Show our assets. We want to create a new cube. And we want it to be somewhere cool, like over here. And this cube should be, this should be like a bridge arch or something. We'll see exactly which way it looks. It should be something like this, I think. And then what I want is something. This is just going to be a test thing. So this is going to be the corner where we place things. So let's just go grab this. Then like do something like this. Maybe move this out and then do this. It's good to have some sort of idea of where this lives. Move it down. But that's the point that we want to work with. Wait, I renamed this bridges. This should be called base. Instead of instantiating cubes, I want to instantiate the bridge arch. Oh. Did I add? No. Hey, look at that. That was pretty close to start with. They just need to have the right rotation. And I think we already have the correct normal. If we pass that to a line or to surface, no. Align Euler to vector and pass the vector into rotation. That didn't work. So normal is probably not baked properly here. Before we remove shit, we can tag things with normal or something, like store or just attribute write up. I don't remember what the name is. Capture attribute, and the value should be the normal. Actually, it should be the tangent. That doesn't exist. But maybe it will work because the normal... does not work. Just 0 in all directions. But we can get the angle. I thought at least. Okay, tell me, how can I do this? I think the normal that comes out of this is not great. We actually have to calculate the normal. For each edge somehow. We do this... Right, so if we do this, we like get the edge vertices, and then we subtract one from the other. That can become our It doesn't work. What the heck? Per edge. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what it's doing. Can we not store, like if we can store a vector, does that get lost somehow along the way? what if we change this capture attribute to a store named attribute that we call like edge normal or something. Put the value in, we want a vector. Read stored broken the top part of it, that's for sure. I guess we're mesh the points edges, right? We put it on the edge then. So now we store on every edge. We store this value that I think should be a thing. And this attribute is not reasonable. Align Euler to vector. That should work. Like I've done this before. Why doesn't it work here? This creates a curve. And then the curve goes in here. This maybe must do this then. Didn't work either. I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on here. I think I'm a little bit too hungry, so I'm gonna drop you off somewhere. We'll see where it is. Maybe Twitch. Unreal Engine loading simulator. That's pretty funny.
Vault door, because there is no way I'm getting 420 into this tiny space in 16 by 16. Right side handle is backwards. What
so yeah, please wish list and join the Discord.
There's no handle on the vault door. The vault doors are controlled from the control panel.
Yeah, see you in chat, Sebs, and everyone. Be nice. Hugs and kisses. See ya.